comparison of the same.
Mm-hmm.
And second one is SSS growth, triple S growth. Same
What is
store
that?
sales growth.
Okay, cool. Okay,
Yeah. So we are calculating the growth of same store for the same for particular period of time,
okay,
like month to month, year to year, like quarter to quarter.
okay, okay.
And
Sounds
then
good.
micro markets analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So we are analyzing the brands growth,
Okay,
individual brands growth, and then if they are online growth and outlet growth.
okay,
And I think balance sheets.
okay,
Last one, okay, 1 second. And last one is ownership. Who are the
okay,
promoters? Who are the investors? About the
okay,
stocks, company stocks.
okay, okay,
Yeah, that's it.
okay. And what were your takeaways like? This is what we did. What were your takeaways? What did you learn?
The main takeaways was ex ante. For example, the first thing we explained was ex ante,
Huh.
and
Okay. What is that? Can you explain?
so ex ante is we are not making a decision on the past. This how
Okay.
was the business done and what are the business models in the past. So we are looking at the
Okay.
future. What are the future plans? What are the decision makings and next future plans and future models.
Okay.
Yeah, based on that, we're trying to make a deal.
Okay. What were the other key takeaways?
Um, so sorry, I'm unable to recollect.
What were okay? Who wants to help, Shashank? What were the other takeaways?
Rajiv, for me, the biggest takeaway was that despite the annual report may look very, optimistic, but the actual growth lies in the figures. Like unless until you don't go through the, as you said, the growth metrics, unless until you don't analyze that, it won't be correct to judge any industry by just by the lucrative words they use.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So I think the growth metrics are very, very important for every industry. What else? What else? Or rather, every company in every industry. Both. Okay, it goes beyond the financial, right? Okay, what more?
Rajiv, I had bad network connection yesterday. Only this I could recall.
Okay, how about the rest? All right, Abhishek, thank you.
So I think something more that we gathered was that whenever we are comparing, we have to, or whenever we are analyzing, we have to go in the granular part of it, as in what product are we seeing, and is it are we comparing it on a average basis or on an incremental basis? And we also have to take into consideration because we will be investing in future, so we also have to take into consideration what new products they are thinking of, where they are going to invest basis technology, and how they are adapting to the current scenario.
Okay, okay, Devanshi. All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Anything else? What were the growth metrics we looked at for we were doing a food service operator, right?
So
Yeah.
we saw two growth metrics. One was uh, outlets, which was LFL growth, and SSSG basis triple S growth, which was like for like or same store sales growth.
Okay. Okay. That's it. That was the only growth metrics we looked at.
Then later, after that, we saw lease efficiency as well, as to your sales per square foot per month, or your lease basis revenues. And on the online platform, we saw the native platforms, which can be your monthly active users or your average order value for the monthly average users, and the aggregators, which is basically commission that we pay to the aggregators. How much average order value are we getting through the aggregators, or if we are getting it online, we compare that. Then we also do the micro market analysis as to what brands are giving us more revenue. Is it the online that we are growing, or is it more on the outlet part of it that we are growing more? Then finally, we look into aggregate profitability through our figures, which is gross profit, contribution margin, EBITDA, and balance sheet items.
Okay, cool. And what were the growth metrics for online? Can someone throw light?
They were
What are the growth metrics for online?
native platforms and aggregators, basically. So native platforms are your monthly active users. It can be further onto the monthly active users, and the order.
What's a native platform?
Native platform is your own website.
Okay, would it only be website?
And the other becomes the aggregators, which is through Zomato and Swiggy and all these things.
But what if you have your own app? Where will it fall?
Yes, a website or application, basically your own online platform that you are giving them.
So it's a web portal or the app, right?
Yes,
Mobile app.
yes. Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
but also on the mobile app, the downloads won't count because a lot of people will just download and keep it. It will always be the active users as into how many orders we are receiving online.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. How do we measure that?
We measure it basis your average order online with your active users that we have. So we take how many orders we are getting, what is the value of that orders, and you compare it from what you are getting through the aggregators.
Okay. 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 Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Perfect. So how is this different from the annual reports that is published, or the other financial commentary that is available?
I think basis this we will like we saw yesterday, because while we were reading the annual report, we could understand that the percentage of the LFLs, because they have grown, that is why later we understood that there was employee investment, employee expense also, which had grown. So we could connect, because so then the numbers were making sense. Otherwise, it's just that looking at the numbers that are there on the balance sheet, you can't really make out what is the reason behind things. So it helps reasoning and it helps connecting the dots.
Okay, cool, awesome. Okay, good. So that's like a good recap. Okay, so let's get into one more case. I think we are looking at SpiceJet, right?
Yeah.
Correct. So we're looking at SpiceJet, and 1 second. Okay, so we'll form teams. We'll form like working teams. We're like 16. Like if I exclude myself and Damini, right? So they're like 16. So we'll make 4 groups, right? 4 each. Sounds good. You guys can work on SpiceJet similar method, okay, similar approach. See what you can find. Four, okay, four of you. You pick your team, okay, from the room, and whoever you want, let us know. Put it on the chat here. You can, coordinate, or if you have a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group, a common group, do you have that?
We have one Telegram group, common, that Damini had made in the beginning.
Okay, so you want to use that and get your team, recruit your team, the 4 people. Dishant, Kaustav, Devanshi, and who's the 4th one I said?
Abhishek.
Abhishek. Yeah, you want to do that quickly? Form your teams, and once you form your team, put it here on the chat so I know who's on which team. Okay. And then how much time do you need? 30 minutes?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, is it okay with everyone else? 30 minutes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Perfect. All right, 30 minutes. So by about close to 9:30, I'd like to start seeing some output. Okay. SpiceJet. Okay. You will study SpiceJet 2020. Okay. 2020. And this time I'm going to add one more, element in the analysis. Compare 2020 versus 2019, or rather, should I include, actually, to make it interesting, let me know if that is okay with you. Okay. Okay, just let's keep it simple for now. Okay, 2020 versus 2019. All right, which is of course March 2020 versus March 2019 fiscal years. Okay, sounds good, everyone.
Rajiv, small concern. So I think if you can make a random group of because instead of we are picking 4 people, 3 people. If you can make a 4 random, you can make a random 4 group people.
That's what I said. The four guys, right? I just randomly selected you guys. You guys form your groups, no? Whoever.
Okay. So there might be a clash here. Someone choosing same person twice.
Sort it out. It's going to happen. No real world.
Yeah.
सब कैसे हो? फटाफट चलो.
Rajiv, I'm not sure which group is being used for communication actually, since there's radio silence in Telegram.
Okay, how are you guys connected?
I'm just using the chat. Yeah, I'm just using the chat here.
Use this chat.
Okay, okay.
Rajiv, I don't think I'm in the right group because nobody seems to be responding.
Yeah, Abhishek, I got your message right now.
You got? Okay.
Yeah, but I'm thinking where to write.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, choose your group. I'll choose.
I think somebody has already chosen. I mean, the
Yeah,
Rashmi, Akansha, and Shishir, right? Who else
Yeah.
is left?
Sushant did
Who
that.
else is left? Akansha, Shushant. I am with Devanshi. Okay. Any three people who are free?
I am
Uh,
I
who
am
was that?
left, Swati.
Okay,
I'm
Swati.
also left Riya Srivastav.
Okay, Ria, I take you also. I take it. Swati, Ria, right? Anyone else? I think we had three. One more is left.
Yeah,
One
even we
more.
need one more. We are. I'm with Akanksha and Shishir. So anyone else who would like to join in?
Shashank. So shall we three start? Swati and Ria, I think.
One more is there.
I guess we guys should start.
I'm going for Nachiket then. Is it okay, Nachiket, if I take you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Devanshi, you took Akansha, right?
yeah, Akanksha and Shishir have agreed. I need one more. So anyone who I don't know is not in a group and is
Okay, okay.
ready to
So in my group only
join
Rashmi
us.
is there. So two more people.
Mansha, Abhinav, anyone who would want to come in?
Shiva, Naga, Gopal, are you there?
Uh,
Shiva, Naga, Gopal, are you there?
I don't think even Mansha is there.
Okay.
Abhinav, are you there?
Ananta Lakshmi.
Did someone take Pragya?
Pragya. Devanshi, I think you should take Pragya. You'll be the
No, no.
Okay,
group.
cool. So,
I just have
Acha,
one
okay, you've
person
taken.
in my team.
You have taken.
Okay,
Okay, okay,
okay,
okay.
okay. No problem.
Is it fine,
So who else
Pragya,
is
if I?
left? I guess only three people should be left by now, and we all can take one.
But
So
I really don't know who's left because no one is saying anything.
Guys, who
in
is
my
left? Can you
team,
please speak up?
Actually, I was silent,
Rashmi, hi.
but hello, I'm Pragya.
Yeah,
Uh,
Pragya, I'm
I
Kaustubh.
have,
Is it okay if you be in my team?
yeah, I would like to be in your team, but I don't have the Telegram group.
You don't have?
The Telegram group on which you guys connect. So can you please?
Okay. Damini, could you please connect Pragya to the Telegram group?
Um,
Hi, Kaustubh.
Yeah.
Even I don't have the Telegram app.
You are. What's your name? Sorry, I couldn't get you.
Anantalakshmi.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. You can say it to Damini. She's here right now.
Yeah. Hi,
Guys,
Damini.
yeah, hi. People who are not added into the Telegram group right till now are messaging my number in the chat box. Please message me right away. I will add you.
Yeah, sure.
Lakshmi, can I take you?
Sure.
Rian, Swati, are you guys there?
Yeah, yeah.
Are you guys on Telegram group?
Yeah, we are there.
Okay, can you see my message? I've just now texted.
Wait.
Please see.
Yeah, I've seen.
Okay. All right, guys, come start.
Abhishek, I have only two in my group. Does anyone left?
Yeah, actually, so do I. Can someone sum up who is into whose group? Finally.
So I have Kansha, Shishir, and myself.
Akanksha,
Okay, even you
Shishir, and
have a
yourself.
group of
Three
three.
people.
Even I have Swati, Ria, and one more, Sushmita. So, Kaustubh, if you want, you can take one of mine. It's okay.
I
You'll be
already
group of
have
three.
Nachiket, Pragya, and myself. Like,
You're three.
um,
You're also three, right?
yeah, we are three. If
Uh,
everyone's having three, then it's okay.
Sushant, how many you have?
Rashmi and Lakshmi. One
Okay,
more left.
you take one. Anyone if you want. Is Sushmita is okay for you?
Yeah, Hemant. Yeah.
All right. I'll just message it right away. You take her into your group. Okay.
Uh, Anyone, if we have sorry missed out someone, please let us know. So you can just randomly pick from any four of us, or you can let us know, and then we can join you in the group.
Oh yeah, sure, of course.
Acha, tell me something like once we are in the Telegram group, how do we go about like forming the subgroups, or we have to like state our views in the main
No,
group only?
I think we'll have to create a new separate groups with our
Yeah,
own.
because we need
Yeah,
breakout groups.
right.
Otherwise,
It
like,
it will be confusing. Yeah.
so how do we go about that?
I think you can save the numbers and create a new own group. I was about to
Uh,
do that.
Save the numbers. Like, we are not seeing the numbers here, are
So
we?
if you go to this FAP02, the 19 members you could see there, you will
Yeah,
see
yeah.
the list of you see the list of members. From there, you just save them, and then I think you can create a group. Even I was going to try that. I haven't tried that yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I find anything.
Sure. Abhishek, tell me something. Where are you guys discussing? Like once you have formed your group?
Kaustubh, all you can do is you just save these members as your contact, and then
Yeah.
you form a new group. And when you form a new group, you can add these people and start your chatting.
Okay. You have been
Yeah,
doing this?
yeah. I'm just about to finish it. I'm still making
Okay.
the group though. Rajiv, I think we'll meet. We'll need more time on this.
Okay.
I don't find Pragya in the main group actually.
Okay. Ask Pragya. I don't think she has
Pragya, are
joined
you
the group.
there in the group? Hello? I lost her, I think.
Yeah, Pragya is not in
Pragya is not here?
Pragya is not.
Hello.
What is in Telegram.
Hi, Pragya, could you join the Telegram group?
Actually, I have texted Damini also, but I haven't replied.
Okay. Can you please call her once and say that to add you into the group?
Okay, I'll just wait.
Kaustubh, it's working that way. Kaustubh, you there?
Yeah. Okay. I just added Nachiket.
Okay.
Sushmita, are you online?
Okay, guys, take more time, no worries, but I need some good output. Okay. All right, guys, need more time? It seems the analysis is going very deep.
Rajiv, we don't know how deep it's going, but it's leading me to something else.
Okay, it's leading you to something interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, I start with one thing, then it leads me to something, then I get deeper into that, then I find something else, and I get deeper into that. I think it's very time consuming.
That's how it is. That's how it is. So
Yeah.
what I suggest is take another 10, 15 minutes and then we start the conversation. Right?
Rajiv, like, I think I can start with it. Like, I have couple of things to put on to. I don't know about others, but like, what all I have, I can put it right now.
Okay. So let's give 10 minutes to everyone. I
Okay.
think let's get ready for talking about what we have until now and what questions you came across, right? So we'll start the discussion at 10:30. Sounds good, everyone?
Sure, Rajiv. But
Okay.
I don't know, Rajiv, what I'm doing. I think I missed last lecture a lot, so I don't know where I'm heading to. So
No,
it's
folks
just
on your team, who who attended yesterday, you could borrow some help from
oh, well, I'm trying my best.
them. Okay. All right. So
Okay.
another 10 minutes. Okay.
All right, sure.
Okay, so yeah, Kaustubh, Sushant.
Hi, Rajiv.
Abhishek, hi. Can you get the rest back to the room? It's been done.
I'll text my group.
Okay, guys, the rest. We've all gone for a Sunday brunch.
Rajiv, my Sunday brunch has been taken by SpiceJet.
Oh, wow. Was it like hot and spicy?
Oh, too spicy.
Oh. Hello, let's see where these guys are. Nachiket, are you in? Shishir, Akansha,
Yes,
Kaustubh,
Rajiv.
Devan. Chalo. Everyone, respective guys, get back.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, chalo. Who wants to share what they did? Which group wants to go first?
I'll start, Rajiv.
Okay, I'll give you presentation rights. I'll make you the presenter.
But there is no presentation I've made. I'm sorry.
But you've noted down something on Word doc. That's what I meant.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Rajiv. I was coordinating with my group and I was too much indulgent into too much of read. I missed that. I'm extremely sorry.
Okay.
I indulged into too much of reading. I mean, you asked me about aviation turbine fuel. I know how it's made and everything. So I think I went too deep.
Okay. Okay. So talk to us about that. Talk to us.
Rajiv, once I start reading about the report, I guess is it right time? Is everybody on board?
Yeah, let's confirm. Let's say like
yeah.
quick the chat.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, we are.
Okay, a disclaimer, guys. I don't know what I did. In fact, even I'm not confident enough that what I did is right. But still, I would like to share what I did. So pardon me if I'm very wrong. I started with the.
No problem. We are as clueless.
Thanks, Kaustubh. I started with the management discussion and analysis, and what really take away for me was the ASK, which is the available seat kilometer. I started with that, and I wanted to like get deeper into it, so I figured out that it is the seat available and multiplied by the number of kilometers the flight has been flying. They have to, as the airlines has to match the demand and supply for the passenger benefit. They so that's how I mean it's basically a measure of an airplane carrying capacity available to generate revenue. I think that this could be the one of the growth metric, and then from there it led me to something which is cost per available seat kilometer, which is also called CASK, which is calculated by the operating cost of an airline by the available seat kilometer. And then there's another thing which is revenue per available seat kilometer. Okay, fine, leave that aside. The another growth metric which I find reasonable was revenue passenger kilometer, which is so called RPK. Now these two metrics, which is the available seat kilometer and the passenger kilometer, leads you to calculate the load factor, which is the how to say and percentage indicating how effective airline is selling seats and generating revenues. I figured out the load factor for 2020 is 89.6%, whereas for the 2019 it was 91.87 percentage. But despite that, there has been an increase just a second. Despite that, there has been increase in the sale of services from the passenger revenue this year, which I don't understand how. Because despite the load factor is being less, the passenger revenue should have come down. Because if you see the cost breakup, the passenger revenue for this particular year is been 114, and from the cargo it is 5,448, which is on page number 103. I don't understand how. But one thing it's very clear that the expenses for this and yeah, they've also increased in the fleet size. So most of the figures which are presenting on the financial statements are because of the increase in the fleet size. Increase in the into increase in the employee benefit expenses, the selling expenses, fuel and oil, and maintenance cost. But further, one thing which could be really better for increasing the fleet size could be that they could further the aircraft lease contract could increase, and that could definitely increase in the other operating revenues for the airlines. I also led to aviation turbine fuel, which is directly proportional to the crude oil prices. If the crude oil prices increases, so do the so do the ATF price increases. But seeing the past trends and seeing the current trends, the crude price is supposed to be in the line. So I don't think that there will be too much of increase in the ATF prices. And so the cost of the fuel and oil would remain stable. Another variant on which the price matters is the exchange rates. As the US exchange rate is traveling, into between 69 and 75, I think it will remain stable and the prices would remain stable, I think. Rajiv, are you there?
Okay, I'm listening. Okay, Abhishek, that's it.
From my end, yes. If my team has to contribute, yeah, Swati, you have anything to say?
Yeah, it is India's largest cargo operator and India's second largest passenger airline and number one in regional passenger airline, right? And its main business lines like are passenger air travel and ancillary, Spice Express and Logistic Private Limited, onboard merchandise, Spice Club, Spice Shuttle, Spice Jets Technic Private Limited, and Cabin Real Estate. They are into different fields. Like Express it is a new brand which has been created, a new subsidiary by Mr. Ajay Singh for catering the logistics, because it is a big market, and since the demand is rising, and they have added 5 freighters in this line, and they have also increased their routes, like 47 Indian and 10 international routes, and cargo destinations 63 domestic and 44 international. Seat capacity has, in terms of seat kilometers, has grown due to increase in the fleet size that has increased to 40%, which has led to the increase in the revenue also of the, although their profit is negative, but they have increased their income by 36%, and the average growth in fare is 6%. Growth in passenger revenue is 32%, and then that in case of growth metrics, we can consider like revenue, passenger kilometers, and tonnage kilometers.
Okay, all right, Swati. Anything else from your group?
Yes, I would like to contribute towards the tactical with play.
One second. Have you made notes like yesterday, like something documented in word format?
I think I took the notes, like I jot down the points, but not on the doc.
Okay, fair enough.
We are sorry, Rajiv, for this time. Next time, we'll definitely make a word note.
It's not about that. It's not about being sorry. It's just that everyone can, refer to it.
I'm sure. We are extremely sorry, guys.
Actually, I have made it, but actually it has not been compiled up. That is the problem.
So I think, okay, I'll talk about it later. Okay, Ria, go ahead.
So yeah, so during due to the COVID-19, the aviation industry has suffered a lot. So in order to attract the customers and in order to like sustain during the situation, the SpiceJet actually started some took some initiatives like they allowed the customers to book some extra seats so that they can experience some contactless flying experience. And they also I think launched uh, like an insurance. They collaborated with some kind of they started some kind of insurance program like digit illness group insurance, where it covers all the hospitalization expenses due to COVID. And they have offered like services like complimentary in-flight entertainment, spice screen, and uh, which they have like developed in collaborated with a startup to make available engaging content and latest blockbusters on personal mobile devices. They also have introduced the WhatsApp servicing facility by integrating automated customer service agent MS Pepper on it. And I would like to contribute to what Abhishek has said regarding the uh, growth metrics. So I manually calculated the one of the growth metrics, which is total revenue per available seat miles. So for 2020, it has come like rupees 4.19 per ASM, and for 2019, it has been 4.10 per ASM, which implies that there has been 2.19% increase in the total revenue per ASM. And another growth metric I focused on is passenger revenue per ASM. Uh, sorry, not passenger. I'm sorry. The total expenses per ASM. So, like in 2020, it was 3.78 rupees per ASM, and 2019 it was uh, 4.09 per ASM, and which implies that there has been a drop in of like 7.58% in the total expenses per ASM. That's it from my side.
Okay, yeah, really good, really good. I'm glad you concluded the CASM manually and the RASM, manually. Very cool, very good. You could have actually done that on Excel and kept it, right? I mean, instead of manually computing, guys, that's my point, right?
Thank you
I
so
mean,
much.
digital note taking, I think you should make it a habit, especially when you are talking to a large group, right? It makes a lot of, it keeps the audience engaged. Okay, it triggers questions. And especially when you did the calculation, how do you do it? Like a calculator?
Yeah, calculator manually, like the information available, and that's
Okay.
how
So
I did it. So,
everyone should transition to start using Excel, right? For calculations, because that also will help you speed up on Excel functions, right? Or at the same time, I'm a strong believer of the old school way of writing. Yes, but you need to put the context right. Context right. If it's for your own consumption, make that private notes. But when you're in a group, want to discuss something, even though it looks shabby, you no time, we just take digital notes. Okay, so you're able to share. Okay, let's go to the next group. Chalo, let's see who goes. Who goes next?
Rajiv, can we?
Yeah, Kaustubh, go for it. Okay, I'll give you share. I'll
Okay.
make you the president. Yeah, done.
Just let me know if you can see it.
Not yet. Yeah, good.
Hi everyone. We have started with the business units of the company. So the company primarily operates under two segments. That is, its air transport segments caters to the passenger and it's also diversified into the freights and logistics segment due to this COVID situation. As far as the footprint is concerned, it has a fleet size of 114 aircrafts as of 31st March 2020, that is the last fiscal, and it has also secured important terminals in Mumbai and Delhi airports, and has also managed extra slots from the DGCA in order to facilitate easy takeoffs and landings, and in order to facilitate more of the aircrafts being in use. I have segmented the revenues. We have segmented the revenues from each segment, that is air transport, that is the passenger carriage segment, did bring about 121,000 million INR in revenues, and freight and logistics brought about 1800 INR million INRs in the revenues for the past year. The tactical COVID play would be explained by Nachiket. Nachiket? Hello?
Yagosto. Kaustubh, do one thing. Can you share the same screen? I will explain over through it. Because I'm not able to share it. So
Yeah,
I'm not able
Nachiket.
to share the screen.
I'm sharing it. Just let me know if you can see it.
Yeah, sure.
We're the same group, right? Yes.
Yes, Rajiv. We are in the same group.
Yeah. Okay, go for it. Okay.
Okay, so the tactical COVID play, like operations several affected, like temporary operations concentrated into freight movements. In like COVID situation, the SpiceJet first airline launched into discounts for in lockdown period, and now it is like it's the cheapest aircraft in India, and also for corona vaccine in Europe, they are transporting with the help of SpiceJet. Like the European countries had made the agreement with the SpiceJet for transporting the coronavirus, like with the SpiceJet. I mean, coronavirus vaccines. Sorry, and also they have the government has started with the Udan scheme, which has some subsidies for flying. So they have started 20 flights in domestic sphere vaccine transportation. For the flights for tier 2 cities like in the Dehradun, Pokeng and Surat, etc. under Udan scheme. So that's my tactic COVID play concept. The growth matrix will be explained by Kaustubh.
Rajiv, from where we could have, hi, from as far as we could figure out, the growth metrics of this particular industry is different from yesterday's one. So capacity utilization is a important metric that we did come across. Passenger kilometers divided by seat kilometers, like the utilization, that is. So the industry benchmark, the industry average for Indian Airlines in 1920 fiscal was 137. Total seat kilometers were 159 billion kilometers, and out of that 137 was the utilization in the domestic front, that is. And in the international front, it was total was 92. Out of that, it is 75. And in particular case of SpiceJet, the seat kilometers increased from previous years 22,317 million kilometers to this year's 31,334 million. That's a year-on-year, I suppose. It's around 45 to 50% jump. And the revenue growth in terms of the fiscal statements that is it has grown in revenue, that is 43%, and expenses have also increased, that is 20%, and employee benefits have also increased 50%. Although this is ultimately a loss-making entity, the losses have staggered onto 190% compared to previous years. And the rest would be taken up by Mansha as per her convenience. Mansha, please go on.
Kaustubh, can I ask you one question?
Yeah, sure.
Kaustubh,
Who is it, by the way? Abhishek.
Yeah. Kaustubh, see, the expenses and the revenue both have increased. Okay. I think we both can relate it to the increase in the fleet size. One thing which is my doubt is that
no, the increase in the expenses is actually because their 737 MAX Boeings have been grounded, first of all, and the fixed costs have remained that, and they were forced to use some redundant old aircrafts which provide relatively poor fuel mileage, and moreover the prices in ATFs have been volatile for this period, so that's why I suppose. Your question, by the way.
No, I agree to that, but there is also they have also got some compensation from bringing down the 737 Max, for which is reflecting into the other income for 7,300. That income which you can see, that has been compensated from them, and also from the lease they have made. Well, that's not my point actually. My point is, like, you mentioned that this particular year 2020. The profit has been increased.
No, revenue has increased. Profit has not increased. There's no profit.
I'm sorry. Revenue. The revenue has increased, but I might be wrong. But when I calculated the load factor for this particular is particularly less from the previous year, which should also be shown into the figures of the balance sheet, which it does not. Can you elaborate that if you can?
Well, as far as I could comprehend, the load factor, I'm not aware of the load factor, to be honest, and I didn't sift through the financial statements that minutely. But what I can make out is that their entire arrangement of carrying the passengers, that for the COVID, it has shifted towards freight services. So adequate gains were made in the freight service segment, if I'm not mistaken, so as to record the increase in revenue.
Okay. I saw
If I can contribute here, Abhishek, to your question, even I was thinking about the same. But when I read online, it says that load factor is not important. It's also important on the price of the ticket. So your load factor might increase, but if you are charging less and so the revenue can be less. In the same manner, it can be opposite. Your load factor can decrease, but if the prices of the tickets are high at that time, so that will be compensated with that. So as when it says that you should have all these factors which you mentioned, seat factor, available by seat kilometer, revenue, passengers, but the most important thing it says is that increasing load is not important. How much the passenger pays for a ticket is of more concern.
So did that go up considerably this time?
Of course it did, I guess.
Yeah,
okay.
So flight tickets, so that is what I could comprehend. Maybe
thanks, Devanshi.
What we could attribute was that there's a substantial increase in freight services, and they are also like seeing freight transportation as the future, because I don't think the pandemic is about to subside in the next few quarters also, as per their estimates. So like they're thinking heavily on the lines of transportation of freights, maybe on the lines of DHL or FedEx. I don't know.
But cost of their cargo service, anyone who was saying something? Nachiket, yes, please carry on.
They started with the wide body cargo, right, with the Airbus 330, if I'm not wrong. So that would be the next thing from SpiceJet, I guess.
Okay. Kaustubh, I was saying that about this cargo thing, like if you have gone through the notes to the accounts, in that they have specifically mentioned the revenue has increased from the last year from the cargo, but it is not that substantial enough so that we can say that that's the only thing, cargo thing, which is making the impact onto the current revenue of the company.
Okay.
That's
So
my
like,
say. That's my
okay,
say.
so is
You can
the
see the
revenue
page
growth,
130.
no,
You could see
is
the
the
page.
revenue growth attributed to like, as Devanshi was saying, increase in ticket prices, or like the number of
I,
units sold?
I
What is
think
it?
Devanshi is right. I think it's the ticket price which has been increased. I believe
Ticket
Devanshi is
price
right.
increase.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. Yeah.
Okay, so we
Okay.
didn't
Thanks, Mark.
bifurcate. Yeah, no problem. But we didn't bifurcate that much. We didn't dig that deep into the revenue part actually, so as
Still,
to
you did it.
find out the
So it was
sources.
the
You did it.
same
That's
thing,
better than mine.
while you are reading, you just connect the dots. So that's what I did. I'm just connecting the dots to
Okay.
what I was reading and getting the details online.
All right. All right. Uh, yeah.
Please
So
continue,
yeah,
Kaustubh. Thank you.
ultimately, yeah, thanks. So ultimately, we can find that it's a loss-making entity, and may Mansha want to take up something.
Yeah, hi. So these are the balance sheet items which are showing depicting total assets and total liabilities, which will include total non-current assets, that is 107,417 million, and total current assets 22,137 million. And these are total liabilities, including non-current and current liabilities, and this combined total equities, that is 15,803.98 million. So these are the balance sheet items. Then talking about the ownership, these are the board of directors, and including that promoters percentage is 59.93, institutional investors 12.93, mutual funds, FIIs, and floating stock. So again, we will talk about the profitability, aggregate profitability. So there is total revenue, that is 131,360 million, and total expenses are this, and EBITDA was 163.68 million. So it was a loss-making entity, and the loss reasons was because of the fixed cost was very high. Boeing 737 flights were grounded, and old aircraft which were used, which were not fuel efficient. So that's it. Was the findings.
Yeah. So like we would, if we were in the shoes of investors, like uh, to the best of knowledge which we have gathered, we would have stayed away from investing it, seeing the
Yeah.
post facto situations. But I'm not sure how far they are willing to diversify, or what new avenues they are willing to move on to with their transportation business. If that would have present, if that was a clear picture for us, then considering the ex ante, we would have considered options. But Filal, as of now, we are not considering. If we were investors, we wouldn't have invested in this. Thank you.
Okay, Kaustubh, that was very nice. Kaustubh, Mansha, and Devansh, are you on the same team? No, you're on
No,
different team.
Nachiket and Pragya.
I'm on a different.
Pragya is also in the same team.
Super. All right, very well done. And I think that digital note making helps, right? You can go back, refer, ask questions, it triggers questions. Okay, good. So I'm going to reserve my comments for both the teams until I hear the rest of the two. Okay, who goes next?
Can we go next?
Yeah, go for it. I'll make you the
Akanksha. Can you make Akanksha the presenter, because she's presenting from us? And
okay, she's on your team. Okay.
yes.
Is she taking the lender's view or the investor's view?
That let her speak, and then probably we will get to know.
Okay. Akanksha, make you the presenter. Yeah, we can see your screen.
Thanks, Rajiv.
Yeah. Let's hear the banker in the room.
Is my screen visible to all?
Can you zoom in a little? That will help, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
It's
good.
fine?
I'm good. I'm good. Check with the rest if they can view it. I'm good.
Akansha, a little zoom would be better.
Yeah, you
Okay.
zoomed out. You were, yeah.
Okay.
A little more, maybe.
A little more, please.
I guess you can adjust it with the screens as well, because then
Oh, all right.
Rajiv is having a problem.
Okay, I will do it. Thank you.
Akanksha only gives limited leverage. Abhishek is a banker.
Yeah, sure. I understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall I begin with this?
Yeah,
If
yeah,
everyone
all your
thank
was about.
thank you. So, as we looked into SpiceJet, it is the largest cargo operator, and in the regional connections, it is the largest passenger airlines as well, but the second largest airlines in domestic passengers. It has various brands such as Spice Engage, Spice Express, Spice Max, Spice Club, and it has also provided us with Spice Jet extra seats. This has basically been introduced due to the COVID situations. The company has given us a benefit of introducing booking extra seats in order to maintain social distancing. It works on three major parlance, that is persistence, resilience, and being prepared with the situations. And it very well looks after all these three parameters while providing its services to the customers. A big like example of it is when its flights were grounded, it immediately arranged say different flights for its passengers just to fulfill its commitment of providing them services on time and to help them reach to their destinations. It this year has again been quite challenging for the company, even though the previous years before 2018 up till 2016 to 2018, it again had started growing, but 2018, 19, and 1920 had again become challenging and loss making years for the company due to some or the other reasons. 1920, the major reasons had been setback in its growth strategy, which led due to the grounding of its Boeing 737 flights, and rise in the fuel prices affected the company badly. It also further led to rupee depreciation because it caused the company a good amount of foreign exchange losses. Then further shutdown of airlines happened due to COVID in the last quarter. This equally affected because the airlines was completely closed down. Further, if we look into it, it has a good revenue stream as it works. Is its primary work is to look into passenger air travels, but it also provides various ancillary works such as seatings, business class, Spice Max, insurance, and various programs, cargo, launch, visa, etc. Currently, though cargo is very much expanding with the in the company, it is now looking ahead to shift its cargo business to completely to its subsidiary, that is Spice Express, in order to have a separate management and expand more into the cargo business. Its cargo business also worked out well during the COVID situations as the company looked into a movement of various food, beverages, and medicines, and helped the government in the shifting of products from one location to the another, delivery of products from location to the another. If we look into the future aspects of the company, it has been deciding on to adding to new destinations. It's also working on its technology as we are more towards digitization now. So it's working over and trying to be a fully technology driven company, and it has introduced mishandled baggage applications. This is basically an application where the passengers would now don't won't be required to fill up the forms, paper forms. They can online fill up the details of the baggage which they have been misplaced at the airports, and the company would provide them at the destination with those baggages. So it is quite convenient for the passengers as well. It is further looking into to expand into technology by more of varied other services, and for this, Spice Max is also working to provide the passengers, like in the flights, they provide various entertainment, and WhatsApp facilities also being getting installed online so that people can use their WhatsApp even in the flights. It's further growing its relationships in order to have a good future ahead through interline and codeshare agreements. It has also entered into MOUs with the Gulf Airs in order to have a good agro product exports and to aid the farmers. And it has entered into Amadeus as distribution partners, while the short-term demand outlooks for Indian aviation industry. Short-term, it's seems quite challenging, but in the long term, it is going to be good. Can say this because we expect that more of the working population is increasing, and people are moving towards more of airlines rather than railways nowadays. So, and of course, government has also helped, is also working towards airlines a lot more, as they are providing 100% FDIs to the airline services. They are looking after, government is also looking after increase of airports, opening private, it is opening private participation in the airport sector. Leasing activities have been eased out for the airlines business. Then let's, if we look onto its growth aspect, if we check on a like for like basis, the increase in revenue, passenger revenue, sorry, its increase in passenger revenue to the increase in flight has been 734 uh, during this year. For they have introduced 39 new flights this year, and the increase in revenue has per passenger revenue has been 28,664. So this increase is based on an average is like 734 per flight. Then same store sales growth, if we check, their revenue had been 32%, and cost per flight has been, total flight had been 114, and cost, basically the maintenance, the flight charges, including everything, had been 5,107 million. Revenue per flight has also increased as compared to the previous year. And if we look at the lease rental, they have modified their policy. Now they do not provide the rentals as per the area they have occupied. Instead, the rentals are provided on an hourly basis. For the hours, the flights don't run, and they are at the rental areas. So for those number of hours, the lease rentals are being paid by the company. This is a good go, as it reduces their lease amounts now. So on an overall basis, if we look, the company has a good to go future, as it's looking forward to a great deals, and also the government is helping over there in this sector. So quite a good thing. And also now if you look at the balance sheet and other points, 1 second please. So if you look at the balance sheet, we could see a good boom, and things are quite good over here in terms of assets, liabilities. The position of the company is going on well. The only issue which they face right now is the foreign exchange fluctuations, which is high-fi here and there, and which of course leads to it. If we check onto the P&L, it's giving us a loss of 9,000, just because in the other income, company has shared certain foreign exchange gain, if we check out through the reports. And if that gain isn't mentioned, they would have faced a loss of 15,000 approximately. So this is the point where the company needs to take care of, because even though it's having a good revenue, but it ultimately leads to a loss due to their increasing expenses. Certain expenses they made, just like having on the flights for introducing some music of Tamil language. So they promoted that. They also provided free services to the children's and cancer patients during at the time of Children's Day, and they have also tied up with certain sports authorities in order to encourage flight athletes. So this is acting as a part of an advertisement, but is also quite expensive for the company at this point of time. So there are certain expenses which the company needs to look at. Thank you. That's it from my side. Devanshi, you have something else to add?
Uh, I think we covered major points in the last two groups also. Adding aircrafts, getting the premium routes that was left because one of the so because one of the full service carriers had just left. So they are basically divided into two, the low cost carriers and the full service carriers. So although SpiceJet comes under the low service carriers, but low cost carriers, but it got few slots after a company got diluted, and premium slots and new routes were given to them. So Akansha mostly covered everything. So I think, yeah, we are okay.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Fair enough. Let's go. Last is one more, right? Who's
Yes.
left? Shishant? Okay.
Yes, Raju. Yes, yes.
All right. I'm making you the presenter, or who do you want me to make it from the group?
You can make me present.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, please let me know when you see the screen.
Yes, I can see, but you can probably zoom in a little.
Okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So this is the first time I'm looking at the financial statements, and though I missed the classes, we have somehow managed to meet some notes. I'm sharing my document. So the company we're talking about is SpiceJet, and the face of the company is Mr. Ajay Singh, Chairman and Managing Director. So from the message of CEO, and there were two incidents occurred in the year of 2019 to 2020, which is of Boeing 373 due to technical issues, and overnight grounding of 13 Boeing 737. For this, they have used their old aircrafts, so they're very high cost efficiency, but they somehow managed to manage with their old aircrafts. So as per the latest news, as of 28/1/2021, Boeing 737 are ready to fly now. So information about some cargo. So the total 76,500 tons of cargo were transported, which includes medicine, medical equipment, fruits, vegetables, some and other essentials across the India. So coming to the operations and business unit locations. So there are 10 international and 47 local business units they are operating from, and cargos are 30, 63 and 44 international. So total of 107. So coming to the average flights per day, there are 240 average flights they're flying. So as per the 31st March 2020, as on, there were 39 new flights were added to the company, which includes 26 737 Boeing. So compared to year ticket fare price, there was 6% growth in fare and 36% growth income from their operations and 32% passenger revenue. So as of 2020, company's net worth is in negative, which is at 15,792.65 million as of 31st March 2020. The company revenue is 1,14,447.88, which was for 2020, and 85,783.70, which was for March 2019, which is for passenger. So when divided to cargo, the revenue was 5,448.26 million for 2020, 3,079.12 for 2019. The total liabilities of the company were 1,45,460.86 for 2020, 51,576.12 0.35 for 2019. So there's a huge rise in their liabilities. So coming to the revenue, 2019 was 91,715.44, and the expenses were 91,231.42. So there are 7 subsidiary companies: SpiceJet Merchandise, SpiceJet Chemical Private Limited Engineering, Canval Real Estate, SpiceJet Interactive Private Limited, Spice Club Private Limited, Loyalty and Rewards Program Management, Space Shuttle Private Limited for operations for aeroplanes or helicopters, SpiceX for logistics and Private Limited. So coming to the future plans, well, the company has cargo business to be handed over by one of their subsidiary companies, which is Spice Express and Logistics Private Limited, and 200 new domestic flights were going to start, and non-stop flights to be launched for Hong Kong, Dubai, and Riyadh. And they are planning to develop 100 domestic airports by 2024 in India, which will raise in the air traffic, and 20 airports to be developed in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities for next 5 years. So due to the tactical play, shutdown of the airlines business, they're facing the huge losses, and expenses were also increased. Yeah, that's it, my side. So Rashmi, Rashmita, Lakshmi, if you can add anything, please.
I would like to add in tactical play, they have now for the future they are planning to um, uh, provide vaccinations and keep vaccination for the passengers and also for cargo facilities. That one I think we missed that point.
Okay.
And Rajiv,
Okay.
I'm sorry, from yesterday I've been traveling and I didn't make any points, but we were on call. Me, Sushant, we all were on call and we were discussing, and Sushant, I've given all my points to Sushant.
Sure. No worries. No worries.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Good. Everyone in the room, anything more you want to share? Then I get started.
SpiceJet is tying up with the multiple airports, so they can transport the vaccinations.
Okay, and what about that?
This is to deliver the vaccine, COVID-19 vaccines. So they're tying up with the multiple airports.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay, cool. So let's get in. Let me share my screen. Okay. Firstly, I think good job done. How was the experience? Was it like good learning? Did the exercise make you think?
Yes.
Too much.
Actually,
Yeah.
the yesterday session
So now
also
you know
gave us
that-
a lot of direction.
Yeah. And you could apply what you took home yesterday, right? Which is good. It's a good sign, right? It's a good sign of learning. So let me break down, right? Okay, SpiceJet Airlines. So how do you look at that? Okay. Just like last time, we need other promoter groups. Okay, sorry. Okay, or let's just call it ownership. Okay, important. This could be the promoters, the founders, the institutional investors. Okay, I think you should start with that. Okay, Again, I'm giving you two different structures, but it will encompass all the critical elements, right? So it's what we need to cover. I mean, things that matter in order of priority. So who's the owners, right? All of this very important. Okay, now with airlines, okay, specifically with airlines, you need to look at the footprint. Okay, so let me ask you, how will you measure the footprint of the airline? Okay, let's come to this later. One second. Sorry, let's come to this later. Okay, I think you should next do what brands and that they have, or maybe products that they have. Okay, that is important. Yeah. The group 2 covered it. I think, yeah, I don't recall which, I think, but I remember group 2. I don't remember who. Group 2 covered it really, really well. So, what are, like, for example, yeah. Okay, so brands and products. This is on the passenger side. What have they launched? And on the cargo side, you have to break it down into two. Okay, make it bucket it, guys. The learning is start learning to cluster things. Similar granular moving parts. Okay, similar buckets. So start putting into those buckets of clustering. It just helps to place the the larger picture better. Okay, it's like a jigsaw coming together. All right. So you have to break it down into passenger and cargo. What are the brands? Now, also typical of airlines is equipment. Okay, equipment here is what is the fleet size, fleet type. Okay, let me put it fleet mix. Okay, equipment here for SpiceJet. Okay, essentially is it Airbus? Okay, does it have a Boeing? Okay, or any of the regional aircrafts, largely it's a Bombardier. Okay, or it's an Embraer.
At times it's Fokker also.
Costa, what is it?
Fokker, the ones with the
Fokkers are there, but I mean, it could be any of those regional aircrafts, right? That's not referring to the large ones. Equipment for long haul, okay, and short haul. Okay, so we need to look at that, and I mean any other, because you could have very soon you could have a Honda, which is actually getting into regional space. Okay, you have Mitsubishi, which is getting into regional aircrafts. Okay, you might never know if SpaceX gets into that space. All right. So we need to talk about the equipment. Now, why is this important? Because for each type of equipment, the MRO costs are very different. Okay, so I'm going to start putting down the growth metric as well. Okay, within growth metrics. Okay, what is the MRO expenses? Okay, is your maintenance, repairs, overhauls. Okay, also the crew costs. Crew costs here includes your pilot plus support. Okay, engineering crew and all that. So the reason is you need the same pilot does not necessarily fly all three kinds of aircraft, a regional or a Boeing or an Airbus, right? Any of the regionals. Okay, the other one is an ATR. Okay, it's a Franco-Italian. The turboprops, if you've seen, correct? Jet Airways used to have an ATR. Okay, smaller aircrafts, 90 seaters and all, right? SpiceJet has a Bombardier. They have a Q400. Okay, the Q400 series. There's the ATR 72 and the ATR 92 series. Okay. Yeah. So the pilots for an ATR is very different. They're trained differently. The licenses are needs to be procured differently. The experience of flying us is different. Okay. And this is the what is the impact of equipment on the financials? Okay, you might again, Akansha might ask, all of these doesn't matter if they have not performed well. But hey, hold on. Okay, so if, for example, you should wonder why do certain airlines which have Airbus and some Boeings and a mix of regional aircrafts do not perform that well on a very important metric that I think you covered, which is cost per available seat miles, and we'll see why. Okay, because of the crew cost is variable, MRO costs are variable. Okay, for certain types of aircrafts, the supply of engineers is not there. Certain airports do not have hangars to service certain kind of aircrafts. Okay, that makes it very difficult. So that's why if you read the MD&A, okay, of the large leading airlines of the world, every CEO suggests we should have a homogeneous equipment. Okay, so the fleet mix has to be very homogeneous. Either you buy all Boeings or you buy all Airbus. Okay, for the long haul, short haul, and the regional one, the short distance, ultra short distance, get only either a Bombardier or an Embraer ATR. Simple. So you can mass recruit the crew. Your MRO costs are in some way under control. Okay, sounds good. Does that make sense? So far, so good. Everyone with me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So these are the first three opening elements you should be looking for an airline. The fourth is the route network. No one spoke about it. No one even spoke about the equipment. Yes, there were a few comments on Boeing 737 Max, but largely they have a 800. They also have a 800, right? Yeah, they have the 800s. They have the 700s. They have the 600s. They have the 500. No, they have the 400s as well.
400.
Right?
I read 400.
Yeah, so they have 400. They have 800s. They have the 700s. Yeah, so you got to look at that. Okay. On equipment again, you should also include one more dimension, which is essentially, is it like a I'm sorry. Okay, is it like a wide body? Okay, or is it a narrow body? Okay, is it a twin? Is it like a twin jet? Okay, is it like a quarter jet? Okay, very, very important. Can someone tell me what could this mean? Take a stab while guess what could this mean?
Yeah, like a twin jet aircraft has like one jet on each side, and a quadrajet has two jets, like a Boeing 737 or Airbus A380.
Yeah, so twin jets will have two jet engines on each of the wings. Sorry, one engine on each of the wings.
And quadra would have four. Two. Sorry.
Two on each wing, so in all
Two
four.
on each wing. Yeah.
Correct. Which means obviously the twin jet is more fuel efficient. Correct.
Yes.
And the quarter jet will guzzle more fuel. Okay, which brings us to the other growth metric within CASM is what is CASM at a aggregate level and what is CASM ex ATM, and we look at CASM in detail. But I'm just going back and forth because each thing leads to the other thing, right? And if you connect the dots, so I'm just introducing different elements. How deep you should be getting. Okay, so everyone on page on the same page, twin jet, quarter jet. Can someone tell me? Okay, can someone refer me to a twin jet aircraft?
Yeah, the Boeing 737 Max is a twin jet aircraft.
Yeah, B37 Max and one more twin jet.
And Airbuses, like standard Airbuses we use for domestic purpose. I'm forgetting the exact name.
That's 320, 319,
Yeah,
321 new. There are three variants there. Okay. Okay. So, okay. But, so the thing, right? These four, I'm going to highlight this because it's a matrix. It's a 2x2 matrix. Okay. So, which means an aircraft could be twin jet, but narrow bodied. Sorry. I'll take my words back. I'm going to make it even better. Just one second. Okay, an aircraft can be twin jet and narrow body. For example, 737, Boeing 737. For example, Boeing, the Airbus A319, Airbus A320, Airbus A321 Neo, the new engine option. However, a twin jet aircraft can also be wide body. So there are certain aircraft which are twin jets and wide body. Example, Boeing 777. Yeah, seen that? Boeing 777, the Boeing 787. These are twin jets, but they're wide bodied.
Yes.
Okay, and wide bodied are used for long haul intercontinental flights. Largely, more often international flights, which is generally for about max 4.5 hours of flying time. Okay, sounds good. Why is it a narrow bodied or a wide bodied? Because in a narrow bodied aircraft, there's only one aisle. So there are 3 seats on the right, 3 seats on the left. In a wide body, there are 2 aisles. Okay, so typically the configuration is 3 seats, then there are 4 seats, then 4 seats and 3 seats. Right? Do you know that? Yeah. I mean, anyone on a travel on a 777, 87, right? On the Airbus.
Yeah, I've traveled on a
Yeah. Okay. So most of the international flights beyond 4 hours of flight time are wide body, right? And wide body could be twin jets, like I gave you an example. Another example of wide body twin jet is the 330, Airbus 330. Okay, wide bodied 2 aisles, Airbus, but only twin jets. Quadra jets, two engines on each wing. Narrow bodied. There is no narrow bodied quadra jets. Most quadra jets are wide bodied. So these are used for ultra long flights. The classical and something that I've enjoyed flying a lot as a passenger, of course, is the 747, right? The Boeing 747, it's a double decker, and also
and
the
jumbo
Airbus
jet.
right? And the Boeing A380, right? These are quadra jets, but as
Rajiv, I think
technology,
it's the Airbus A380.
yeah, I said Airbus A380, yeah, and the
Okay.
340, and the 340 both,
Okay.
the 340 and the 380, right? So and on the Boeing side it is 747, right? So as technology, aviation technology, aircraft technology is getting more advanced, okay, wide-bodied aircrafts are being powered by twin jets, like the 777, the 87. That's why there's a massive demand for 777s and 87. The market is very stiff there, and that is what is helping Boeing win the market share back from Airbus. Okay, uh, 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 so it consumes lower fuel, okay, lower MRO costs, lower maintenance required, lower repairs needed, lower overhauls, and it is easily serviceable at all leading international airports. Okay, so you don't need specific engineering or hangar specifications and those things. Crew easily, you can easily use, right, cross quality. Sounds good. Are we good with this? So far, so good. This might sound technical, but it is important. It's a very important economic, very important business element of business model that has an economic impact. Yeah, going forward. So whenever you read next time that an airline has ordered X aircrafts, dig deep and ask what is it going to do to its fleet mix. Okay, is it continuing with Airbus or Boeing, or gradually it is transitioning from Airbus to Boeing, or vice versa? Sounds good? Everyone helping?
Yes,
Rajiv,
Rajiv.
I have
Yeah.
a question. Rajiv, like I am wanting to know that an airline in India, like how does it decide that if it wishes to go for Airbus fleets or Boeing fleet?
Okay.
How would it decide?
Okay. So I will talk. I will talk about any airline world over. Okay, the decision is made by the CEO, and airline CEOs are techno-commercial folks. Unlike any other FMCG CEO, selling toothpaste or toothbrush, you don't need technical knowledge for that. You get my point? Versus an airline CEO is very, very technical.
Yeah.
Okay. So they know they are constantly talking to all OEMs. These are OEMs, Airbus, Boeing, Bombardier, they're all OEMs. Constantly talking with what new technology and how can this help me save my CASM, right? Cost per available seat mine. Just tell me that. That's my key growth metric, right? And that's how they make a decision. That's one. The second element that tilts the favor is also the political relationship between that particular country where the airline is hosted in, and the relationship between that country and the US, or that country and European Union, or that country and Canada, or that country and Brazil. You get that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because these are massive capex, right? Typical. What's the cost of a 37 or what's the cost of a 37-800? Take a stab.
800 million.
800 million? No.
No.
Can't be 800 million.
No idea then. Sorry.
Yeah, it's around 1/10 of that. So it's about it ranges from $80 million to about $120 million. Depends on what configuration you need. A typical 737-800 will cost you that much, which can fly about 180 passengers, 190 passengers in single class, and about 160, 150 passengers in two class configuration. So business and economy. Okay, sounds good. So that's the kind of money we're talking about. And typically you have read or heard that airlines, when they place orders, they don't place for one aircraft. They place massive orders, right? Like at least 50, 20, 30, 100 aircrafts. So the order value it runs in billions. Okay. So when the order value is in billions, and airlines are of strategic national interest for every country. Please understand that. Okay, so it becomes more like a national policy driven in some cases, and it has a kind of a national pride attached to it, right? Be it private or national or a government-owned airline, doesn't matter. Okay, and thus that that has to take care of the political relationships as well between the two countries. Sounds good. Any country is actually a little embarrassed when there are aviation disasters or an aviation bankruptcy. Okay, of an airline that is hosted in their country. So it's a bit of a national interest in that sense. Sounds good. Does that give you a context of moving parts? Yeah.
Yeah, Rajiv.
Okay. So that's the equipment. So number 3 should be equipment. No one spoke about it. Yeah, there were talks about it, but we only spoke of the disasters, the 737 MAX disasters and the penalties. But you should have looked at how many each of these from which OEM and what category of equipment. These are categories of equipment. Sounds good. Just a trivia. Bombardier, which country is it?
Is it from Brazil or France?
Neither.
Okay, then must be the US.
No.
Canada.
Huh?
It's Canada.
Rajiv, I think it's Canadian, and they also trains.
Bombardier
into train. I think they are the one who they make these the Bombardier.
I think Embraer is from Brazil.
Embraer is Brazilian. Yeah, Abhishek, what is it?
The Bombardier train, which are in Europe. I think they are also in the train manufacturing.
Bombardier has rolling stock as well. They're called rolling stocks, right? Yes, they do. They do trains and metros. Even in India, we will see a few metro rolling stock from Bombardier.
Right. That Bombardier, yes.
Yeah. So, and by the way, it's getting merged into Alstom. It's getting acquired by Alstom, the French company. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Bombardier, Embraer, Brazil, ATR.
No idea.
Devanshi.
French company. It's a French.
Yeah, it's French. It's French. So it's actually Franco-Italian. It's a joint venture, French and Italian, right? Franco-Italian.
Yeah.
Franco-Italian joint venture. Okay, cool. Just you should, because it's all a part of interview preps, right? If you're talking about industry, I'm just giving you a flavor, a feel of how deep you should go. Okay, to really think from a deal maker's perspective. And that's when you're truly knowledgeable about the industry, that you know about the industry. Okay, otherwise, no point just talking about the revenue growth and EBITDA percentage. वो बाद में आता है. What is driving that? वो बताओ. Correct? That's more important. All right. Fourth, from a strategy qualitative perspective, is the route network. Someone wants to take a stab. What could be route network? What could be route network?
Maybe like the SpiceJet has a partnership with the UAE and made their home base in this Riyadh or something. There's a place where they have made their home for the cargo. Maybe that could be the route network from here to UAE, and then from UAE they have this warehouse from there. They further transport, something like that.
So Riyadh or UAE?
No, there's a place in UAE. There's a place. It was there in the report.
Riyadh is Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah, Riyadh is Saudi Arabia, right? But there's place in UAE which have made the.
Yeah.
Anyone?
The Ras Al Khaimah airport that you're talking about.
Right, Devanshi, that one.
That's Ras Al Khaimah, no? RAK.
Yes. So that's the route network. From there, they take the cargo to this particular place, and from there they can, the cargo one. Yes, I think that's the route network.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
The another route network which they are working on is with the SEZ, the GMR Hyderabad, in order to have the distribution and the trading in the free trade zone areas.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So let me expound this. Okay, but just like a yeah. Who's that?
It's okay. Please carry on. It's okay.
Go, Devanshi. Go. What do you want to share? Share.
No, I think route network is also how Indigo has one hub, and from there it takes off to the other places. That I think is also the route network.
Okay. I'll break it down. You guys are on the right track. I'll break it down.
Is it some points of connecting flights?
Okay, cool. We'll talk about it. Awesome. So let me simplify this. But before that, a caution, Abhishek, don't say Riyadh is in UAE. You will upset both the royal families.
I'm sorry.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. You don't want to mess with the Saudi royal family, right?
Never.
Yeah. Okay. Most of the ATF comes from there. So yeah. So route, you want to talk about what's the hub? Okay. There are passenger hubs. Okay, and there will be a cargo hubs, right? So every airline has a hub. That's like the central headquarters. So what is that hub for SpiceJet? Very, very important to know. And it could have two different kinds of hubs: passenger hub and a cargo hub. Okay. Then what needs to be know about route network is what kind of trunk routes do they fly? So route network is here. Okay, the interconnectivity, okay, that the airline provides between airports. Yeah, sounds good. Do you understand that now? Now is it clear? What is the interconnectivity between different airports? It means how many different airports does this airline fly to for passenger and cargo. Sounds good? That's a route network. So the larger the route network, which means it flies to more number of airports, right? Which means it will have larger number of ASM, right? Available seat miles. Make sense? Yeah. So routes are classified into two parts: trunk routes, which is the major airports, okay, and the feeder routes, okay, which are the minor airports. So can someone take an example of trunk and feeder? Guys, just 1 sec. Give me a minute. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Okay, can someone give me an example of a trunk route and a feeder route in India?
Delhi Mumbai will be a trunk route.
Yeah, Delhi Bombay is a trunk route. Okay, feeder route, one example.
Jaipur
Lucknow,
airport.
maybe smaller airports.
Like give an example.
Jaipur airport.
Lucknow. Yeah, Jaipur, Lucknow.
No, Lucknow is trunk. Lucknow is no longer feeder.
Okay.
Jaipur,
Lucknow,
Chandigarh.
yeah, that's a good example. That's a good example. Jaipur, Chandigarh. That's a good example. Another example is on a feeder is all these. You heard of the UDAN, the Regional Connectivity Scheme, India UDAN scheme.
Yeah.
Correct. So look it up. I'm going to park this in the policy part. Okay. UDAN. So policy is also very important because it's of national interest, right? And I explained that why and how a while ago. So you look at the UDAN scheme, which is the Regional Connectivity Scheme. So a lot of these routes, smaller routes, like for example, anything that flies from that connects a major city to a small city, like Bombay to Shirdi, okay, or Aurangabad to Nasik, okay, or Nasik to Delhi. These are all feeder routes. Cool. Sounds good. So you had to speak about this. No one brought it up. Okay, because all this will have a bearing on what you guys collected, right? Available seat miles, cost per available seat miles, revenue per kilometer, what the pricing, right? The subsidies, the other balance sheet items. And I'm going to talk about balance sheet items shortly. Okay, sounds good. Should we go ahead?
Yes.
Yes, Rajeev.
Okay, cool. So these are the large, effectively the large qualitative aspects. The other thing on products, and I'm going to come back now here, right? Within brands or passengers, right? You need to look at what kind of class configuration does it offer? Okay, so does it only have economy class? Does it only have only economy and business? Does it have economy, premium economy and business? Does it have economy, business and first class? Right, you need to look at the class configuration for each of the routes. So you have to now match the class configuration for the routes, okay, on a certain aircraft, because that will give you a true understanding of why is the cost per available seat mile 7 or 6 or 8. Right? Please understand, you got to be obsessed with the why for the what's. Okay, you need to underline reason gap. Okay, look at the class configuration, which means it will give you something on the. I'm going to introduce what is the service orientation. Okay, is it like a full service? Okay, or is it a low cost carrier? Or basically, let me put it no frills. Simple. Sounds good. So, can someone give me an example of a full, is SpiceJet no frills or full service?
It's an LCC, low carrier. It's not a full service.
No frills. So no
No
frills,
frills.
right? LCC
No frills.
no
Yeah.
frills, right?
There are only two full services. One is Vistara, and another is Air India. That's all in India.
Is Air India a service?
Air India is full service, yes.
But is Air India a service?
No, actually, it's a, as you said, government stake is involved, so we cannot call it a service.
You didn't get the satire there.
Okay.
Sorry. I was asking, is Air India an airline? What is it? Okay. Anyways, yeah, it's this Vistara and Kingfisher used to be, it's done, Jet is done. Right now, it's largely Vistara, right? So is it low? You need to look at the service orientation as well. That will give you what Devanshi was discussing about. What is the pricing that they're looking at? Okay, and with that gets me to the, actually the fourth part. Policy is the fifth part. What is the pricing? Okay, so do they do like a full stack pricing? Okay, full stack pricing is like for full service carriers. Okay, like you purchase a ticket for about 7,000 on Vistara, for example, or maybe 4,000 okay, on Vistara for a one-way fare, and you get your meals and everything included there. Okay, that's a full stack pricing. Or do they do a bundle price, which means for every additional purchase you make or every additional service that you need from on that particular airline, for that particular flight, for that particular route, you pay an extra dime. Okay, additional baggage, you pay an extra dime. Okay, additional check-in baggage, extra dime. Food extra, beverage extra, tea extra, right? Priority check-in extra. You want a printout of your ticket extra, because they would want you to urge and do the web check-in and a mobile check-in to save on cost and save the number of check-in counters at the airport. Okay, all of that is a pricing strategy. Sounds good? Yeah. Are we good with the 5 key qualitative ones?
Yeah.
Any questions here before we go to now the metrics? Okay. So, okay, let's come to growth metrics. Okay, I'm going to start now. I'm going to start pushing it down because that comes later. Let's start with revenue. So on the revenue metric, okay, you start looking at RPKs, okay, which is your revenue per kilometer. Okay, how did you compute revenue per kilometer? Who I think cost of your team computed, right? RPK, or I think Ria did RPK, computation of RPK, right?
No, Rajiv, we didn't do it.
Okay, was it Ria?
No, Ria did it. Ria.
Ria, walk us through RPK. How did you compute?
So I took the total. Actually, I don't compute the RPL. I computed the total revenue per available seat mile
Okay.
or kilometer.
Okay. You computed sorry, RPK. Okay, so you computed revenue per available seat mile, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay. How do you this is revenue? How do you compute this revenue per available seat mile? Fair enough. How did you compute this? It could be seat mile. It could be or kilometer. Okay, guys. Depends where we are. I mean, it's a distance. Okay. Huh.
So yeah, I like the total revenue information was available. So the total revenue divided by the available seat miles or kilometers.
Perfect. Cool. Sounds good. So which means you need to know what is the ASM or ASK. Okay. Available seat miles. Oh, I'm just so used to miles. Available seat kilometers or miles. You get the right. It could be miles or seats. Depends where we are. Okay. So we need to look at the ASK. Now, can someone connect the qualitative aspect to the ASK? Who can connect the qualitative aspect to the ASK? One qualitative aspect to ASK. Akanksha, you want to give it a stab? Connect one of the qualitative aspects with ASK. What is driving what? What qualitative aspect is driving ASK?
The route network, the passenger hubs.
Okay, that's what she says. Anyone else? Let's hear others. Yeah, what do you think?
Rajiv, I think it's more of a demand supply thing.
No, we are not talking about the revenue yet. We are only talking about what is the ASK.
I think also the capacity, number of passengers it can fly. So capacity that it can fly.
So this is capacity, right? This is installed capacity, right?
Yes.
This is installed capacity. So installed capacity, which qualitative factor is driving the installed capacity?
The kind of aircrafts, wide or narrow body.
Yes, right.
Yeah, wide bodied or narrow bodied, or
there you go.
Or like quadra or dual jets.
Absolutely.
Increase in fleet size.
Correct, but which kind of fleet size? If you only have 10,000 Bombardiers or 100 Bombardiers versus 100 A330, no, the A330 guy will have more available seat miles, right? More higher installed capacity. Because a Bombardier, what's the capacity for Bombardier? Q400, anyone?
Like 60, 70 people.
90.
Okay.
Okay, it's two by two. It's single aisle and 2 seats and 2 seats. 2 seats on one side, 2 seats on the other side. Okay.
Okay.
So now do you see how the equipment mix, has a direct bearing on the installed capacity here?
Rajiv, are these primarily used for private jets?
Which ones?
Just deviating. The Bombardiers and Embraers. I think.
I said that Bombardier Q400. So if you want to fly, say, from Delhi to Dehradun on Spice, they'll give you a Q400.
Okay. No, I actually found quite a few Bombardier and Embraers as businessmen private jets also.
So these regional aircraft manufacturers also do business jets, but the capacity for a business jet is much lower.
Okay.
It could be the same class of aircraft, which is Q400, but they may not install 90 seats on it. They might only install 10 seats on it. God damn, there's a bar and all that shit on that, right? All the jazz.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. But I'm talking commercial regional aircraft. So the same class is used, but more seats. That's why I gave you this example. I gave you this parameter, right? What's the class configuration, right? So if you have 2 class configuration, number of seats will decrease. 3 class configuration, even lower. 4 class configuration, even lower. If you have a single class, it'll be the maximum. Yeah, that clear? Does it clarify? Okay. So everyone, okay. So you see how the decision on the qualitative aspect has a bearing on the installed capacity, which this installed capacity in turn will have a bearing on a financial metric, the final financial metric. Okay. And now here there are 2 qualitative aspects working in tandem. One is your fleet mix, what is your fleet strategy, and what is your route network. Where all do you want to fly? Okay, with that aircraft, with that equipment. Correct? Does that make sense? You can't fly a Bombardier Q400 from Bombay to London. You can't do it, right? I mean, you can technically, but there'll be too many stopovers. You can't do it direct. Okay, you need a A330 for that minimum, right? Or a 777 for that minimum, right? To get through. So your route network in terms of kilometers, major airports, minor airports, is it feeder? And that will have a bearing on the installed capacity, which is measured by ASK. And therein you will kick in the pricing strategy here. Are you doing a full stack price or a bundled price? That will give you revenue per available seat kilometers. Does that make sense? So which means if you have to analyze what is driving RASK or a RASM, you need to look at these 3 qualitative aspects, right? Make sense? Are you guys with me?
Yes, Rajiv.
Yeah. Akansha, the banker, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. Hesitantly. Okay, fair enough. Okay. So now that's the revenue part of it, right? We will also look at what is the within revenues, the RASK that we will compute. Okay, and you can compute that now. Now you know what to look at, right? What has been the ticketing revenue? Okay, and what has been the non-ticketing revenue, right? Clear? But if it's a bundled service, what's the non-ticketing revenue? Even if it's a full stack pricing, but if there are, people have a good chunk of them have opted in for extra luggage. So about $5,000 per kilogram, or depends what route you're flying, you're going to end up paying monies, right? That's bundled pricing. It add up to your non-ticketing revenue. Sounds good? Sounds good? Okay. Now all of this, we are only talking about passenger revenue. Okay. And now let me shift it ahead. Cargo, similar metrics. Okay, I'd like you to think. What could be the cargo revenue. Okay. Instead of available seat miles, it will be available cubic capacity per kilometer. Okay. Revenue per ton per kilometer. Okay. Revenue per available cubic capacity. It's only measured in cubic capacity, not in tons. It's not a truck. It's an aircraft. So it's cubic capacity. Okay. 3 dimensions. Volume. You pay for volume. Okay. Sounds good? Now, that's one growth metric. So you need to understand, if my revenues have increased, why has my revenue increased for that airline? Is it because of ticketing revenue, non-ticketing revenue? Is it because of passenger revenue? Is it because of cargo revenue? Okay, what is it? Is my increase in revenue because of my increase in prices, or is it because of an increase in my other element? Okay, where the third element, sorry, I'm going to put it right here. It's common for cargo and passenger both, which is load factor. Okay, is it because purely there's an increase in load factor, or is it purely because an increase in load factor and pricing during vacation season, during peak vacation season, year end, right? There's an increase in load factor and pricing both, right? But maybe during the others, during say non vacation time, okay, typically Mondays load factor is very high and price points are also very high. But a Wednesday, Thursday load factor is relatively low and the price is also low, right? So you need to keep looking at both these elements in time, load factor and pricing both together. Sounds good? Yeah. So guys, are you guys with me? Just taking a pause. We are looking at numbers beyond the P&L and balance sheet. We are digging deep. Why is it like that? Yeah. That is ratio analysis. That is reading the financial statements and extracting insights. Yeah. Any questions? I'll just pause for a minute. Any questions?
Rajiv, just one question. The entire points you've mentioned that actually I found are the ones we should have been looking at. But again, I am in a big question mark because airlines is completely new to me. So how can one start from scratch into a certain different industry, just getting into such kind of pointers? Because what we extracted was just plain and reading out of the annual reports and the pointers we found out of that. इसमें से तो एक भी point none of us could get onto. Rarely any point. So what is hard?
Actually, Akansha, actually, I have chosen airlines as an my second industry. So I started by reading the articles and reports, and when I find like new terms related which I'm novice and I don't know, I look up to the Google, uh, like magazines like Kappa, which I think Rajiv sir has mentioned. So I'm just started with reading the news and articles, whatever I find,
Thank you.
and then
Thank you.
Googling it.
Thank you, Ria. That helps. Akansha, that answers your question. Ria answered your question actually. You got to start reading. And you got to start reading the right things. The first is, of course, the magazines that I have. So if you need any help on your industry magazine, let me know. Right? So airlines is Kappa. Kappa is a magazine. Yeah, I'm sure you subscribe to it. There's also Airlines Weekly. They give you the weekly news of airlines. Correct? Airlines Today is the other one. And then read annual reports. Especially the MD. You'll understand what's happening in the space.
Okay.
And एक दिन में नहीं होने वाला है. You will need to do it again and again and again and it's again and again. It's like you are asking you're asking how does a surgeon start the surgery for the first time, right? It'll start with observation, right? It'll start with assisting, then the surgeon takes over as the head surgeon, right?
Right.
वैसे ही होगा. Okay, but are you guys realizing the depth you should be going into when you want to transition and talk to promoters on the front office, right? That's the kind of depth you need in the front office, right? Only then a promoter who's potentially a client who you are helping to raise money or acquire a company will take heed, right? Will give you some time out of his or her busy schedule. Make sense?
Yes, Raj.
So surface
Yes,
level पे कुछ नहीं होने वाला. Surface level पे it will be financial commentary. That is no better than Arnab Goswami shouting on the television. You don't want that, right? You need informed, insightful, decision-driven, understanding of the sector that you're talking about. Okay. So it's a lot of grunt work. So that I'm saying, no matter what, you need to give yourself every day 2 hours of reading time, study time. Only then it is doable. Otherwise, no. Right? Now think about it, right? I mentioned about the skill sets needed. Okay. One is financial modeling. Financial modeling, आप कैसे करोगे? If you don't know the business drivers of an industry, you cannot. It'll be a giggle, garbage in, garbage out, right? It makes no sense. It won't. I mean, might look jazzy and cool, but it's not a decision-making tool if you don't model all these elements in the financial model, right? And can I recommend all of you one more piece of advice? I'll give you one more piece of advice. It might sound controversial. Stop listening to the news, especially Indian news. It's crap, misleading. There's only dramatization and very little, understanding of the deeper issues. Stop listening to the news. Don't waste time. Don't freaking care about whoever the CNBC journalist is.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, sorry.
But Rajiv, I think it's fun to listen to Arnab Goswami, whatever it is, but it's fun. The way he speaks, it's fun. Like the entertainment.
ठीक है, तो अभी लाइफ में एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए कि लाइफ में एंटरटेनमेंट और पैसा भी चाहिए, दोनों चाहिए, राइट? तो एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए ठीक है, but there are other ways to
eating dinner.
हाँ बस if you're bored with Netflix, switch on to Arnab Goswami, ठीक है? तो ठीक है. All right, should we go ahead? Is it helping? Should we proceed? You want to go more dope on airlines? Or this is like overload already?
I think it's a bit too much, but we are going good.
Sorry, Devanshi, didn't get that.
I'm saying it's a bit too much, but it's okay. I think we are understanding it nicely, so we can carry on with it.
Okay. Okay, too much in the sense?
Because it's a new space, so too much to process, as into what are nitty-gritties we need to see. There were some things that we did see, there were some things that we missed, so just connecting those dots.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right. So we move ahead, and then we will come to, okay, MRO we already spoke about. Now here is where I'm going to also introduce within MRO, okay, what are the landing and takeoff fees. Okay, it's a cost element. Okay, what are the hangar charges? Like for example, you would have observed, this is where the hub comes in handy. If say the hub is in India, is Bombay, the airline will build its own hangar, so it will not pay the hangar charges. So utna operating expense kam ho gaya, fixed expense kam ho gaya, because hangar charges are a fixed expense. Okay, this is a fixed cost. Okay, these are variable costs. It is dependent on the number of flights and the number of flights and which aircraft is taking off. Okay, certain small aircrafts under about 100 seats of installed capacity do not have to pay this landing and takeoff fee. Okay, larger aircrafts need to pay per seat basis, so it's expensive again. So it's again a financial metric, which is an output of your qualitative aspect way up. Okay, so like I'll give an example, right? Air India has most of its hangars, so it does not pay hangar charges anywhere, but it leases out free hangar space to other airlines. Okay, so that is non-ticketing revenue again for that airline. Okay, another element of non-ticketing revenue, so the hangar revenues. Okay, that's the MRO revenue for airlines, and this is where I'm going to introduce the third element. Few airlines, large ones, have MRO revenues as well. So they have an in-house MRO, okay, which they use it for their own airline, and they also sell their MRO services to the other airlines at a particular airport or a few airports. Okay, I'll give you examples of such MRO companies which are a part of larger airlines. Okay, one is SATS. This is owned by Singapore Airlines. Okay, you have yeah. Okay, you have Lufthansa Technique. Okay, you would have guessed this is a part of the Lufthansa group, right? Massive group. You have Shelebi NAS. It's a Turkish and a Kuwaiti joint venture. That's the National Aviation Service of Kuwait, NAS, and Shelebi, the Turkish company. Okay, so Kuwait Airways, right? Again, we're three large players, okay, that have MROs. Three large airlines which also have MRO. So to keep breaking it down, right? What is the strength of the business? Okay, so smaller airlines will not. SpiceJet will not. Okay, so what next is the crew cost we looked at, and all of this, your cost, okay, per available seat kilometer. Sorry, let me keep it consistent, not mile. Just to use this mile thing. Okay, cost per available seat kilometer, cost per available mile is the same thing, right? So your CASK or CASM will be a function of these. Okay, and you'll have to look at the the aggregate CASK, okay, which is with the fuel, and you have to then strip out the ATF costs, okay, the aviation turbine fuel. Let me ask you why should you look at this when you look at the cost structure? What do you think?
Because I because I think that prices are not in their hands, the fuel prices. So when we compare the two, we will actually come to know the cost.
Yeah, cool. Sounds good. That's the reason, right? Now, ATF, okay, ATF hedging is regulated, which means depending on which country you are flying into or from which country you are buying the ATF from to refill your aircraft, you can or cannot hedge based on the regulations. Like in India, you cannot hedge ATF 100%. Okay, you can only hedge up to 40 to 50%. But Singapore, Dubai, Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, they all, even Istanbul, right? If you buy ATF from these airports, you can hedge 100% of your ATFs. Okay, so that's why there's a lot of, because of this, there is a lot of hedging gains or hedging losses. And do you recall these kind of hedging gains or losses are form a part of the OCI, other comprehensive income? Do you recall when we were doing this like yesterday? Yeah, the other comprehensive income on the income statement. Anyone recalls that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that's what it is. So if you look at the fuel tank, right? That's largely around on the P&L side. And now, if you were to analyze, say, if the let's say for SpiceJet, right? I mean, if you start applying that framework to SpiceJet now with this structure, if the CASK is increasing, okay, are they able to? Is it increased because of the ATF or without or because of some other element? That's why you look at X CASK, X ATF. So without ATF, is the CASK still increasing? If yes, then what is it? Is it like MRO? Is it like staff expense? What is it? Okay, which means you need to start including having a load factor to cover your cost. Okay, this is where you need to look at the there's something called a threshold load factor, which means if a particular flight does not have a load factor of more than say 40%, okay, prior to the departure, the airline can cancel their aircraft, that particular flight, and merge it with the next flight. So they need a threshold load factor. Why do they do that? Because they are constantly tracking what is my CASK as X ATF. Okay, my threshold load factor should be able, okay, it should cover, okay, the fixed CASK, okay, X ATF. Does that make sense? Now you know the reason why the flights are cancelled or why flights are merged. Sounds good? Does that give you an inkling?
Yes.
Okay, so need to look at the threshold load factor. Anything above that is yield, not okay, it's yield, okay, which is profits, earnings, simple as that. Okay, then that's on the P&L side, right? Then we start looking at the balance sheets. Okay, start looking at the balance sheet items. So I know there was one who did that. Was it Ria or someone spoke about the balance sheet, right? Swati, no, Shushmita, someone spoke about the balance sheet. Current liabilities, non-current liabilities, all of it.
Group 2 was it? Group 2. Cost of wala.
Cost of wala. Okay. Here's the thing, right? Airline, because we go back to the equipment, right? The fleet size and fleet mix, and I gave you indicative, budgets like $1 billion. What is very important here from a balance sheet perspective is you need to look at the leases, specifically aircraft leases. Okay, and what is the lease to revenue ratio? Revenue per available seat kilometer. Okay, as a percentage, of course. And the aircraft leases will also determine the threshold load factor. So your fixed cost in CASK here, the fixed cost in CASK X of ATF will include the fixed lease that the airline has to pay to the lessor. Sounds good? That's why the threshold load factor is very important. And to fill up seats, that's why airlines start to do a pricing. You know, either they deep discount, but get whatever revenue they can, or they start increasing the price. Okay, and that's why your flight ticket, the prices are just volatile. They changes like just like your stock prices frequently. Okay, and if you look at leases, within this you need to look at either is it a wet or a dry. Okay, simple as that. So wet means with the crew. And dry is only the equipment, nothing more. Simple. Okay. Which brings us to this is the hero of the story. Okay, which brings us to something in airline at an aggregate level. The growth matrix is something called EBITDA. Okay, this is EBITDA before capitalized lease rentals. Okay, or at times, okay, major MRO, any major MRO like loss of a wing, damage to the wing, damage to the massive damage, loss of engine, okay, which is a major maintenance capex. Okay, so you'll have to look at are there any major MROs, any accident, whatever, lease rental, look at EBITDA before that, because lease, just like debt, is a financing mechanism. So if you want to compare SpiceJet with Indigo, you'll have to look at the EBITDA, purely the operating factors, operating parameters, operating performance, which is this. Okay, and going forward, what are they doing and what will the impact be? This is a financing mechanism. Okay, so current assets, current liabilities mean nothing for an airline. What means is, boss, lease the car. Okay, what is the EBITDA? Any major expenses happen, and then we look at that's the only thing that matters on the balance sheet for the airline. So the overall, I think the meta feedback I'll give to all the groups is this. Okay, your analysis should cover, okay, should capture the hero. Very important. Who's the hero? Not everyone is the hero. Like for example, someone mentioned about meals, hot meals, COVID. That's not the hero. Come on, those are all supporting tasks. Okay, those are very tactical, short term, right? Marketing jingle, new jingle, new logo. This is not the main thing. It's not the hero. They're all supporting tasks. Doesn't matter. Okay, it's not going to really impact the business like 10x. Okay, this is going to make or break your business. The spine. You have to capture the spine, the hero. Okay, that's what matters. And on the balance sheet, you need to look at any of the contingent liabilities. Very important for airlines. What could be contingent liabilities for airlines? Can someone think? Can someone think? What could be contingent liabilities for airlines? Why is it a major? Why is it a part of the hero? Anything on the business model? Visualize.
Hi, Rajiv.
Siva, yes.
There may be any cases filed against this year.
What kind of cases?
Any legal cases? Any amounts they might, any liabilities they might be paying in the future? Any cases that are running in the court?
What kind of cases?
Any legal cases like what we call this? There might be some land issues they are owing, and there
No.
may.
No, think through the
Like
business
some
model. What
crash happened or some crash happened or something like.
now we are talking. Now we are talking. I mean, land. It's not a real estate development company where land is the hero, right? And litigation, so deemed conveyance nahi milega. It's none of that business, right? Is airline. What if there is a crash or a major, crash land happened? There's a federal investigation on. If the verdict turns against the airline will have to pay good those damages, right? That is a major contingent liability. So, especially in the case of Malaysian Airlines, right? So many, correct? In the last 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah. So please put context to the business. Please put context to the business. Okay,
Rajiv,
very important. Yes.
I don't
Yes.
know. Just I want to know this. Like, if there's a crash, then is the lawsuit filed against the airline or the aircraft manufacturer, like Boeing or Airbus?
Until the Federal Aviation Agency, whatever.
Actually, I was having the same question actually.
Until they conclude whose fault is it? Was it the airline's fault that they did not do the MRO, or there were certain maintenance that were pending for a long time and they could not overhaul a certain spare part? Then the liabilities on the airline. Was it the pilot's error, or was it a technical issue with the equipment? Like in the case of 737 MAX, the investigation agencies have figured out a technical issue with the aircraft, right? And that's why Boeing is supposed to pay the contingent liability, make good of the airlines. There's no fault of the airlines there. You get this? Another
In what
Okay, yeah.
in what condition the insurance company doesn't give up the losses?
So I'm coming to insurance, Swati, but let me finish the contingent, the case, right? The lawsuits.
Okay.
Another example I'm going to point out in the airline space is a few years back, Airbus had a problem with its A321neo. Okay, 1 second, look it up. Okay, neo here is the new engine option. Okay, they launched a new variant of the engine, and all A321neo that was retrofitted on the existing Indigo aircrafts, largely the largest customer in India for neos, they had issues with starting the engine and shutting down the engine. It used to take a long time to start the engine, crank the engine, make it warm enough for it to be suitable to take off. Okay, and then once on landing, it used to take a long time to shut down again. So a lot of fuel used to guzzle without any miles that it used to fly. Correct. So Airbus, that was a contingent liability. It's a technical issue. After the investigation, it was a technical issue. Airbus owned up, and it had to make good that for every airline it had sold a neo engine on its balance sheet. It was contingent, but then got into actual, right? So do you understand the difference? Or do you get this? Is it equipment's fault or is it the airline's fault? Right? Makes sense? So you're always worried about does Pakistan International Airlines spend enough to maintain the aircraft? Right? You don't want to risk flying that. Or you don't want to risk flying Air India. You don't know whether they've spent enough on maintaining the aircraft. What could go wrong mid-air, right? Make sense? And
yes,
that is where you measure something called on-time performance. What has been the on-time performance of the aircraft? I'm going to put that here on the other thing. 1 second. On the qualitative aspects here, which is okay. Safety, on-time performance, okay, and the accident record. What kind of accident records do they have? Very important. That has a bearing directly on the contingent liability if it becomes actual. Sounds good? Yeah. So, Kaustubh, does that help you? Shiva? Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So we need to
Please,
look
I
at those
had a
contingent.
question.
Yeah, Devansh. Okay.
So, like you explained the contingent liability. So now, like one of the cases, like Corona happened, and they had to cancel all the tickets and refund that. So that will also come under contingent liabilities in any case that they have to cancel and. Sorry.
No. Devanshi, I missed your question. There was your sound isn't too clear.
So, how in Corona, or when the flights were stranded, they had to refund back the customers. All the flights that were cancelled, they had to refund it back. Of course, some airlines did give a shell ticket, but some airlines refunded back the amount. Refunded the amount.
Yeah.
So that will also
Yeah.
come as a part of contingent liability. That in case future
Yes.
something happens, that you have to refund.
Exactly. And that is what brings me to two types of contingent liability. Okay. Is it due to any accidents? Okay. Or is it due to the airlines? Okay. So you recall we had discussed unearned revenue, and I mentioned there is something called
Yes.
Okay, unearned revenue for airlines is nothing but it's also called one section. Yeah. Aviation liability. Okay, it's a very technical term, but yeah. So if a flight gets cancelled or if the flight does not take off, they'll, for whatever reasons, it's the airline's contingent liability. Sounds good?
Yeah. Thank you.
And the last part is what Swati was asking, insurance. Now it depends what kind of insurance contract you've been able to broker. If your accident record is very bad, you're not getting a good insurance scheme, right? So, and your accident record is bad. Why? Because you ignored one of these qualitative aspects of, okay, who cares about MRO? Okay, just screw it. I'm not going to spend. Okay, great. Don't spend. You've saved money. Your CASK has gone down. But over time, your balance sheet is screwed up because your contingent liabilities are piled on. And that is eroding your net worth even more. Okay. Sounds good?
Yes.
Now do you look at this composition? Current liabilities, total liabilities, not it meant nothing, right? From a pure, it did not communicate the business to me. You have to communicate the business. When you talk about financial ratios, ratio analysis, or accounting, all that thing should translate into, okay, धंधा समझ में आया, कैसे हो रहा है? What are the moving parts? Okay, how do you measure each moving part? If that has happened, your ratios make sense. They are of value. If it doesn't, then it's financial comment. ठीक है, डिनर के टाइम ऑर्डर वाला सीन है वो, ठीक है? Any questions? And of course, anything will have now tactic.
One question: how load?
Yeah, Swati. Yeah.
How load factor will affect the pricing? I want to understand that.
अगर load factor बहुत कम है, what will you do? Seats बिके नहीं है, क्या करोगे? Price कम करोगे ना? Seats बहुत बिक गए हैं, क्या करोगे? Price बढ़ा दोगे ना? Make sense?
Let's take the example of cinema theaters presently.
Of what, Siva?
Let's consider the example of cinema theaters present now. 50% seating capacity only, no?
Yeah. Cinema theater, cinema halls, right? Only 50%. So load factor is less. Prices would go up because the fixed cost is high, right?
Yes,
Swati,
yes.
does that help? Swati, does that help you? Siva, yes.
Yeah.
ठीक है. आप load factor मतलब क्या? आप बेच रहे हो seat miles ना? ये आपका installed capacity है. You have to sell your installed capacity ना to earn revenues. Otherwise, what will you do with the installed capacity? You will end up paying hangar charges because flight takeoff ही नहीं हुआ है. Correct? So your CASK has gone up. Because your CASK has gone up, your EBITDA is screwed up. It will go down because वो aircraft का lease तो देना ही है. Hangar charges वो additional गया. Correct? Pilot didn't take off. He didn't work that day or she didn't work that day. So EBITDA will go down.
Right. Okay.
Cool. Awesome. So we are nearing close. And like I always want to ask, I've been talking for the last maybe, I don't know, 30 minutes or something. I don't realize. Okay, I'm going to take a pause, which means I want someone to summarize our session today and highlight the take homes. What do you take home today? You take home an airline. Who's going to do that? Akansha, you want to summarize? Or Kaustubh? Or Abhishek?
Okay, shall I summarize?
Yeah.
Okay, so while we discussed the annual report for the airlines, the SpiceJet, we've got to know an overview of how an airline's business needs to be looked at for some deal purpose. Mainly, it's important for us to look at various qualitative aspects, which includes the brands, the passengers, and of course the major part is its equipment, how and what kind of machines, technologies it's using, basis which we can calculate or identify its further pricing strategies, its seat occupancies, and the flights which are being taken off, and how are the revenues being generated. Further, it helps us, what we could get to know is the various route networks which have been developed, and what are the various trunk routes, feeder routes, the differences between the two. Wide bodied and sorry, equipments may it also included the wide bodied and narrow bodied. And I first time got to know the difference between a twin jet and a quadra jet over here. And also, we found the various contingent liabilities with respect to an airline's business. For in airlines, the major contingencies occur due to the certain accidents, and at times due to the faults at the end of the company. Then insurance is another major head, because the airlines business do not get the insurance directly, but it depends on the equipment, the techniques they are using, and the kind of work they provide, basis which they receive their insurance, be it accidental or or their machines. And my biggest takeaway from today's session was I really need to deep dive into my knowledge, because I do lack a lot. Yesterday, I learned to change my perspective from a lender to an investor, and today I learned that I need to look at a different look more deeper into things than I used to.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're an investor now, not a lender. Okay.
I tried today while I was going through SpiceJet.
So what do you have more fun? Thinking like an investor or thinking like a lender?
Both have their own good things, because while yesterday I was working as a lender and looking more into the financial terms, I was like very much concerned for my money. And today, while I was working as an investor, I was looking to the more on a positive note ki I should be investing for, because there is a risk, but yes, it can give me high returns.
Okay.
And yesterday, while I was working, it was straight clear, no risk, only returns.
Okay. You enjoy being diplomatic. Okay. Okay. What else? What do we take home? Kostu, what do you take home? Akansha, thank you. You summarized it well. So let's go with the takeaways. What do you take home, Kostu? Let's go. Kostu, Mansha, Devanshi will take turns. Chalo.
Yeah, it's a fairly technical industry to begin with. There are lots and lots of factors which needs to be considered. So we start with how an airline operates, like what are the segments and brands that it operates under. Then we delve deep into equipment, which I didn't think about. We didn't think about as a team. So the fleet size, the mix, and the kinds of aircrafts with their seating capacities and body types, even the brands of aircrafts required as per the a country's hangar specifications or the flying authority specifications, where they can store them or where they can park them. Then we come to the growth metrics, which in this case is the seat available seat per kilometers and the utilization of the same. Then the revenue generated from those seats and the revenue per available seat kilometers. And then we have come across something called ticketing and non-ticketing revenues. Then we find that maintenance, repair, and operations is equally important factor in this case, which, if not taken care properly, would lead to later losses on our balance sheets and would lead to further erosion in the valuation of the company. So all this put together, and ultimately, from an investor's perspective, I would still say that it's a very, it's a very complicated and a very loss-prone industry to be in from an investor's perspective. So I would start thinking like a banker more and not an investor.
Very cool, very cool. So I think you summarized it well. It's also as well. It's a technical industry, and that's why why this deserves a separate team, right? On the investment banking side and also on the restructuring side. It deserves a separate team. So airline guys are like nerds. They go down to a rivet on the aircraft and tell you this rivet sucks. We need to change it. Okay, literally, I've seen folks to that kind of a madness. They're obsessed with aircraft. Okay. Second thing, I think it's very good perspective you brought. Industry to industry, you need to keep looking at what will maximize your multiple of capital. In this kind of an industry, which is very volatile because of too many technical moving parts, you probably want to be a lesser, right? You are happy to lease the aircraft and make money, make a fixed fee on that, right? So aircraft leasing is a great space in that sense, right? But you don't necessarily want to own the airline because you're screwed with so many volatile, open-ended items, right? Like load factor, ATF, hedging issues, right? Takeoff charges, right? So you don't want to take the operator owner's risk, but you're happy to take the lesser risk, the lesser's risk, the leasing company's risk is what I mean, right? Because that is whether you do nothing, right? Whether it flies or does not fly, you have to receive the lease rentals, right? As a lessor. Okay, cool. So the learning is you go to every industry, you need to think from both sides. What makes more sense? Okay, to you as an individual, right? Oh, awesome. Sounds good. Let's take one more takeaway. Who's going to volunteer? One more person who will. What do you take home?
I think the biggest takeaway is how the qualitative factors directly impact the quantitative factors. Every small thing that you look from a qualitative perspective has a direct proportional impact on your numbers. So I think that is one major takeaway that I have, apart from what Kaustav and Akanksha and everyone just mentioned.
Okay, cool. So, which means please apply that framework to any company that you analyze. Sounds good. And it also means that you have to look beyond the annual reports, beyond the P&L, beyond the balance sheet. What is driving them? What is building them? And what will build them going forward? Right? That is accounting for you in front end. In mainstream finance, accounting is, as I told you, it's not accounting standards 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It means nothing to us, right? It'll have zero bearing on our or the ask or the RPK or the MRO revenue, right? I mean, who cares which accounting standard we use? It's on the street view. The street view is very different. All right. So do not so always take the auditor's report and the accountant's remark with a lot of salt, not a pinch of salt, with a lot of salt. Okay. Perfect. This is the analytical approach to. Yeah.
Rajiv, would request you for the Word file just to fall back on, since it's a fairly complicated industry.
Well,
Should be interesting.
okay.
PM
Fine.
IT
Yeah,
guys, come on. If you run from Uber, you're not doing anything good.
Rajiv, should it be
Yeah.
Uber India or Uber US? Like Uber
Uber,
India is not a public
Uber,
company.
Uber Global,
Okay, okay,
Uber Inc. Okay.
okay. All right, all right.
Okay. Everyone up for that? Uber? Or
Yes.
should we change
Yeah.
it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It'll
Yes.
be fun. So regroup in your with your team members through the week. Okay. Dedicate 1 hour every day, however busy you are, does not matter. 1 hour is for your self-development. Dedicate and work. Build a skeleton like this and flesh out with some numbers. Sounds good? Document it so we can go around the room and talk about it. Refer.
Okay.
Sounds good? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Okay, guys. I hope it was fun. Good Sunday afternoon, Sunday morning, actually. Right? Have fun. Bye bye. Take care.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rajiv.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. Bye, Akansha. Bye. Thank you, Shashank. Bye bye.